Oh man, it's that time. There's a button over here. It's this one, isn't it? I think it's that one. That does the thing, doesn't it? There we go. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is August 8th, 2024. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? Let me bring up, I've been browsing around trying to get some stuff ready. Oh my gosh, and we got a raid coming in from TBD Gamer. Hello, thank you so much, raiders. You caught me just as I'm getting started. Welcome, welcome. I will grab that comment and we'll talk about that in just a second. Yeah, let me say hello to folks. Welcome in, raiders. We're right over here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. You can watch on both. Chat and messages float back and forth between them. Thanks to the Restream bot. Let me welcome in Napalm Codes, Null Sheffo. Hello, hello. C Sharp Titan. Greetings to you in Australia. Hope you're having a good evening. Napalm, we'll take a look at that in a minute. Yeah, so TBD Gamer, thank you so much for the raid. Bring in 14 of your friends to join us. Raiding and running. Have a good one. Thank you so much for sharing. And is it Mojo Fawad, Blazor and Aspire? Yeah, right? .NET Aspire is going to become more and more a thing that you want to do with your projects. All the things that are in .NET Aspire, at some point or another, most of us have looked at our applications and said, it'd be easier, it'd be so much better if I had more of this. If I had better logging, if I had better reporting on my logging. I've always set up logging and I haven't set up the sync so it actually goes somewhere so I can look at it and explore it and take a look at it. Generate some metrics that go out to a dashboard somewhere so that I can actually look at it and tell what performance is going on. Phil is here.
Just resubscribed for 38 months.
So .NET Aspire gives us all of those things out of the box in a great format, in a great way to get us started and latch on, attach to the things we're already doing. So why not? Like, if it doesn't impact the performance of my application and it makes my developer tooling better, let's do it. Thank you so much for the support, Phil. I'll make a donation to a tech charity. I still need to work on that. It's been kind of busy here around the Fritz house. We leave tomorrow to take my younger daughter to college. 2 weeks after that, we take the older daughter to college. So it is a busy month of August here. Not gonna lie. So that's absolutely a thing going on that we're dealing with, that we're fighting with. Fighting's probably a bit strong, but it's been a lot of work. Hey there, Billy Cool. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Hello. You've been trying to convince TBD to make the switch to .NET Aspire, but haven't convinced him yet? Okay. Here's the thing. .NET Aspire isn't so much a switch as a add-on to your project. Light up some of the things that you're already doing. So, right, what folks need to understand is it only adds on to or formalizes some of the things that you're already doing, which is pretty cool when you break it down that way. Let me get some music playing in the background here. I'm going to go to the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist today. Scroll down somewhere in here. This is a longer playlist now. Look at that. Let's start with this song. This is San Francisco. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Use it wherever you'd like. Twitch, YouTube, doesn't matter. Listen to it on and while you're jogging on the treadmill, walking the dog, whatever. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together we're listening to today. So, yeah, I'll start out with Napalm's question there. Let me head over to the code and bring up that page. This question in the .NET Aspire repository that they opened. I'm creating my first Aspire resource using a container available on Docker Hub. SSL development on local works great for all things running locally, as dev certs were installed via the .NET CLI. However, the container has its own trusted certificate authorities and its own isolated network, thus its own local host. When it makes calls into OTLP, the dashboard, Aspire correctly gives it host Docker internal endpoint, the environment variable, and Only one problem: the collector uses the dev certs that were only minted for localhost, and the SSL is then rejected. Like to propose dev certs mint a certificate for host, Docker, internal, and localhost to make this easier for developers. That's interesting. Okay, I see where you're going with it. I see where you're going with it. How can we make this experience better and assist with local SSL-based development experience? Hey, Chris Jones, welcome in. The challenge that I see here is you're never going to get everybody to pick up and agree to some subset of internal certificates. It's just not going to happen. I would nudge that other container to be able to run in a non-SSL configuration. That would be, in my mind, the cleaner, easier way forward, is in some sort of dev configuration be able to turn off the enforcement of TLS, of transport layer security, and see what happens there. This is not going to be trivial to do because of trying to get that authority, trying to get that request out there. Ideally, everything should be SSL, yes, but you can turn that off when you're running locally. And in fact, that's how I build on my Linux workstation. Setting up and configuring SSL certificates on Linux are a pain in the neck. It is not trivial to do. It's difficult, but to set up and run as HTTP on there, piece of cake. Yeah, SSL local development is something that you should do. The trick is, in some environments, it's really hard to set up, or it's hard to bring in other things that want to enforce their own consensus and set of authorities, and that means that they're not going to trust the locally installed and trusted certificates. Certainly, using and working with, I'm trying to think of some containers that do a callback and jump across the network. They work properly using host Docker internal. But this feels like there's something potentially misconfigured inside that container, because it should trust the authorities that the container host is managing. You've been trying to figure out something similar with your Aspire project running Web API and Nux.js. Everything works fine on HTTP. Yeah. It's probably not an Aspire thing. You probably have a similar issue working with containers that you stand up and join to the same Docker network. So, yeah, there might be something here. It might be some sort of configuration setting up for that container so that it respects the authorities, the SSL authorities, trusted authorities that the host system is managing and working with. Because then it becomes impossible to run things internally, to run things completely air-gapped from the internet, if it is required to see and use a trusted authority. Mount a self-signed cert and trust that? Yeah, that should be doable. In which case, you're building a wrapper around somebody else's container. Like, you can do that. Like, nothing's stopping you from creating your own wrapper container around somebody else's container that does those things. Sure. There's just a maintenance challenge that comes with that then. So, okay. Good question. I think there's something here to be considered, something here to be figured out, and I know this speaks towards the internal security story that the Aspire team wants to encourage. That we're building with all the security bits and bobs turned on that you would have in your production space, so that you're building with good security practices locally, so that there are no surprises when you get out to your production space. So you're going to mount the certs via bind, mount, override the entry point, and trust them, and call the you're modifying the container. You're at some point you're going to want to just wrap that up as a container itself and have it stored locally somewhere, so that you're not building it each time, and you just start up that other container image. You're going to get there. So trying to avoid that, you can. So, gonna get my gunners on here. I'm wearing the Marin glasses today. There we go. All right. Another, I saw a comment last night from our friend David Fowler talking about, let me go to the top of this article. I don't want to scroll up because I don't want to lose my place. About Hacker News. Hacker News is a funny place. Hacker News caught on and finally found the proposal for type unions, for discriminated unions in C#. I've been vocal that I don't like this feature. I appreciate that the team's working on it, that there are folks who do want this feature, and that's okay. You don't have to like all the features of your programming language and tech stack. You don't have to use everything. That's fine. Hey, Dr. Cox, hello. So, what's interesting to me is, as you read through the comments here, it becomes clear that folks on Hacker News, they have no idea what's going on with .NET and C#. They're very much in their own world. And when there's good things that are happening in technologies that they're not interested in, they just troll and get angry and make assumptions based on things that they don't understand, that are from 15, 20 years ago. The people have been asking for this for so long. Why not work on it and release a NuGet for it? So here's the thing. There's some folks that released a NuGet package that delivered this type of feature. Yes. When you add a feature to one of the .NET programming languages, it's there forever. There is no, we're removing this feature. That's one of the things that folks really like about the .NET programming languages, C#, VB, F#. Once something's in there, it's always there. It might get enhanced, it might get improved, but it's always there. So there's some folks here. It seems C#'s design goal is to have every single feature possible. The team didn't want this. The community requested and demanded this. Like, when your users request a feature, it's kind of nice when you deliver it, isn't it? Too many people are willing to give opinions on things they don't use and don't know much about. Agreed, Oakleus. Hey, Torvik, hello. I need to get back to you on that. We're talking over here on this. See, now, here, you know what? Gosh, it'd be nice if we had this feature, too. Like, in one breath, I hate that it has every feature possible. Well, it'd be nice if it had this feature, too. Like, I'd prefer built-in containers instead of custom ones. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing something about this proposal. The use case doesn't seem well defined. That's right, it's not. It's very much a, hey, other folks have this feature, let's go add this for us. So, I'm looking at the colors on my camera and feeling like it's really pale because I'm wearing a gray hat. You know? I think that's a little bit better. There we go. Explain why this is called this. Blah, blah, blah. The specifics of it. But there was, let me see here. There were a couple other comments where it was clear that folks were like, oh, I don't like this. I want to see this in C# soon. It's not make or break, but it would help make for cleaner, smaller code bases. Really? Really? This is a hook that you need, type unions, discriminated unions, in order to be able to write code efficiently with C#. Like, you are so full of it here. No. How do people writing C# deal with a gazillion features? Really? I love this one. What's the time frame of seeing this adopted into the language? And then somebody talking about pattern matching. The one-of feature. 3 years away at least. This is somebody who knows nothing. Like, it might be next year. It might be the year after. But I agree, Manoj. How is this different from creating a class with subtypes classes? This allows you to not just scope and say, well, it's one of these subclasses. First off, the class that you're defining that can be inherited must be open, must be virtual or abstract. If it's sealed, you can't do that. You must then have access to it in order to be able to do those things, and they need to then be similar shape. This would allow you to do something like return a type of, it can be a Boolean or it can be an integer. You can do that and then choose and work with it, right? I can return something that is a vehicle or an animal. Okay, they're not exactly the same. So, yeah, no way for November 2024. But here's the thing. Every time a proposal comes up from the C# team and they get closer and closer, folks get vocal about their disagreement with things, and they pull back. Like, okay, if this isn't something that meets these appropriate circumstances, I've said this many times, the C# team is a bunch of really smart folks. And there's a reason that I'm not working on the C# language team, and there's a reason you aren't working on the C# language team. It's your favorite thing in TypeScript? I don't see it as a requirement to be able to write code. I don't. I think it's a shame that instead of C# becoming a better object-oriented language, they keep trying to become an uglier F#. Do you see the demand for the feature? Like, this isn't the language team saying, you know what, we really need to add this. This is the community saying, we really need to add this because it's my favorite feature in this other language over here, and I'd like it over there. Mainstream language used to have pervasive mutation and side effects. What's missing from the object-oriented side, right? What would it take for C# to do object-oriented well? Like, come on. Multiple inheritance. Just kidding. Okay. Having interfaces and abstract classes is a kludge. You run into the diamond problem then. Like, No. These folks want mix-ins. Like, multiple dispatch. Like, come on, man. Like, don't you understand that C# powers hundreds of millions of applications out there, and games, and cloud services? Like, come on. These people are talking like, I can't do anything in C#. It's such an inefficient language. I can't do anything with it. Like, they don't have the foggiest idea how much it's used and how valuable it is. Nothing gets close in terms of productivity to C#. Yeah. Mature and robust ecosystem with sane compilation times. Great tooling. So, you can take a look. I'll share the link to this on from Hacker News. So I had a discussion last night. I had a discussion last night with a good friend. I haven't had her on the stream. At some point, I should probably invite her on stream. I'm not going to name drop. And we were talking about some of the content that I create, some of the content that she makes, and how there's a gap around some of the stuff that I do that I can fill with a shift in, I'll say, a shift in my attitude and trying to focus some of the content that I write and deliver out on YouTube. Yes, it's Beyonce. That's right. How you doing there, bald-bearded builder? Good to see you. Hello, hello. And there's Codebase Alpha. Welcome. So there's a direction that I'm going to test out and try, not this weekend, but next week, the week after, to build and push some of this forward. How you doing, Richard? Good to see you. Hey, Zero, how smart to compare a senior programmer tech lead? Yeah. You don't get it if that case is such a huge win for you. Write it in that language. Totally. That's why there's different languages. You want to run into the diamond problem? Lots of diamonds? That sounds like a baseball issue. At the same time, right, it doesn't have discriminated unions. It doesn't have multiple inheritance. But it's got too many features. Like, that's why there's different languages. So, you can do anything you really like in C#. I guess it's not limiting you, just need to know what you're doing. Totally. Things like generics can get you pretty close to a discriminated union. Pretty close. Not perfectly there, but for the types of problems that folks are looking to solve, they can get you pretty close. That said, in my mind, and I've said this before, and I've said this to folks on the C# team, discriminated unions feel like a way for folks to do a dynamic language thing without using a dynamic language. I want to have that dynamic language capability, but I still want to enforce static typing. Really? So, ads start in about 10 seconds here. So, am I not happy with my current content? I need to expand, right? I need to get, I always want to get more viewers. I want to encourage more folks to discover, find, and tune in. And quite frankly, viewership on this channel has dropped off by almost 70%. Average viewership during a stream has dropped off almost 70%. So, like, that said, there are other folks in this genre that they've taken the air out of the room. A lot of folks go over and tune into them who might be kind of on the edge of checking out and tuning into other live streams, and they broadcast for 12 to 14 hours a day. Like, what can you say about that when you've got a couple folks who broadcast and they've got thousands of people watching them? Totally cool. That's all right. No ill will towards those folks. But when they're broadcasting for that long during the day, there's no room for other folks. Like, so, if I'm going to talk to bald people, you're not going to have this on the background too distracting. Hey, old, bald, and grumpy. I'm talking to everybody, regardless of their follicles. That's a thing. All the singletons, you should put a scope on it? No. People are always discontent. Yep. Yep. Multiple inheritance is a nightmare. It is. So, thank you, Dr. Cox. If only even half of those hours was dev-related. Well, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother question. So, here's where I want to go today. And we're still in an ad, and I know some of you are watching the ad, so I'm not going to get too far into this. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Like, I don't know if there's a scratch or something here, but I keep clearing off this section of the lenses, and I don't know if it's my eyelashes, but keep getting a smudge right in the middle. So I want to dig in. We've been working on aspirify.net. I know that's not open source, but it's a cool, fun website that serves as a nice news hub that is built with .NET Aspire that folks can share and go to and find all kinds of great content about .NET Aspire. So built with .NET Aspire, Blazor, C#, runs on the big Microsoft Azure cloud. I've purposely not listed my name on the website as the owner of this, so that folks don't look at it and go, hey, that's a Microsoft guy publishing and pushing this. Because I want folks who are outside the Microsoft ecosystem to start finding their way into some of this content. We built and added a rate limiter last time that will limit the ability for folks to submit content into Aspirify as we add this next feature. There were some fixes that I did in here. But where we're going is we're going to finish a content submission queue so that folks can submit new articles to be reviewed and added to the Aspirify website. Torvik with a question here. Is .NET Aspire supposed to be a substitute of Blazor? Happy to do the nickel tour about what .NET Aspire is. .NET Aspire is a tech stack. It's a collection of libraries, templates, tools that allow you to build with sensible defaults so that a distributed application system can be easily run, measured, and observed and deployed to some perhaps cloud location. So this is a .NET Aspire managed system. When we talk about that, there's 4 pillars that come into play. Observability. I want to be able to look at logs from across the system and be able to see what's going on. There's some great tools using OpenTelemetry that are embedded in the templates that allow you to, by default, get great logging and tracking of what's going on inside your system. I want to be able to do service discovery. I don't want to have to manage the names and locations of all the things that make up my application system. I want those to sensibly discover each other and help each other out. I want to have a great dashboard that lets me see all these things that are going on, including traces, so that I can observe exactly what's going on inside of my system. And of course, I want to be able to deploy those things with a sense of sensible defaults, with a sense of good configuration to be delivered and run on any system, whether It's Kubernetes, it's Azure, it's AWS. I want to be able to deploy and run it anywhere. And these are all the things that make up the Aspirify.net website. Resilience by default. Thank you, Codebase Alpha. I knew there was one more that I forgot. So if there's a problem connecting to a server, to a service, have it automatically retry and log those issues appropriately. So, I mean, look at all the things that I have in here. I have blobs, queues, tables. I have a Redis output cache sitting out here. I have my Iron Software PDF engine. I have a Postgres database that contains all the information about my logins. I've got a pgadmin instance here that lets me take a peek inside that database. I've got a container here that lets me explore the storage that's running here locally that hosts the queues, tables, and blobs. That is... Oh, that's the Postgres database. And then I've got 4 projects that are actually part of my solution. I've got a database migration service. I've got a thumbnail generation service. So as new articles are added, this service wakes up, pulls an entry off of that queue, generates a thumbnail, saves it back into blob storage up here so that we can present and show it on screen. And finally, the website. My counter service is out there to record and aggregate the number of times that pages are viewed on the website. Jesmelb 3000 has a question about Visual Studio. Is there a way to launch a web app without opening a terminal window? Yes. You can tell it to use the internal terminal at startup. It is... Where is it? It's like... No. There's... there you go. Launch external console minimized. Run web server in. There it is. Yeah, external console. You can turn that around and have it run in the integrated terminal instead. So there is an option in there that you can turn on to get that feature. I like having it run in the external window. So how you doing, DJ Deepex? Hello. Okay, so right, these are all the things that make up Aspirify.net, and I can click into my project website and I can see here's my local instance of everything running on this machine. I started 3 projects and a half dozen containers when I hit debug for this system. It was one entry point. I didn't have to go start all of those things. .NET Aspire gives me that one entry point to go launch all of those and that dashboard so that I can look at and see. Here's all the details of how it runs. There's my console for what's going on. Inside that, I can look at traces and see specific details about what's going on in here. Hey, look there, it's fetching a thumbnail from storage. Maybe I can get rid of some of these, hey, does this container exist, and save a couple dozen milliseconds, right? Over time, that adds up. I have traces hanging out here that I can look at, and I can see exactly how long various processes take, right? How many active requests I have on the website. And this automatically updates. This dashboard is built with Blazor, runs inside of a container, and you can attach anything you want to this. You don't have to run it as part of .NET Aspire. If you want to run this as just an open telemetry dashboard, in the same way that you might set up Prometheus and Grafana to be able to store your telemetry and then generate dashboard content off of it, you can just send your telemetry into this, and it will generate appropriate trace graphics and metrics graphics and trace entries here that you can track down and see exactly what's going on. Lots of options for folks. Is there any LLM trained on the Microsoft documentation for C#? Yeah, go to Copilot. is it copilot.bing.com right now or chat.bing.com? And it very much is consumed and using the C# documentation, right? So, right, chat, Bing, com, right? Help me write some C# code to order a collection of person objects by their by their birth date. Yeah, there we go. Sure. So it offers this, it offers that. There's a Stack Overflow link, a Stack Overflow link, a Stack Overflow link. And, yep, go ahead. Can you help me with a link to the C# documentation to that order by feature? I don't know why I'm not dictating to this. So, there you go. And there's the links to the documentation right there. So it does know it does know the documentation. It has been loaded with it. You can hit that, load up, and work with it. Yeah, on Bing Copilot. So bing.com/chat will get you there. What now? Why did that stop? I didn't stop this, but it stopped. Let me see. Now that I'm not quite there yet, C# Titan, but when I'm ready to allow folks to submit new content to Aspirify, am I going to create a service to remove websites that contain things that shouldn't be allowed using a blocked list? Yes, I'm way on board with that. So I'm almost done the submission queue UI for admins. We need an accept workflow or reject workflow. The admin navigation, which I think I have, so that you click and it goes through to the page. I have that built now. But yes, a banned hosts list, so that if folks submit their OnlyFans, folks submit their Kick channel. Sorry, we're not accepting that. That is outside the list of acceptable URLs. You can use the Windows built-in Copilot instead of going to the site. I'm not going to use that because I will dox myself, because it does not, because it aggregates content about me that I've typed in there. So, all right. What? We'll come back to that later. All right, so let me show you what the submission UI looks like. I don't know why it stopped. It shouldn't have. Let me see. Come on now. Get it started. I don't know why it... Come on now. Jump back in here. And back onto the site. We can close that one. There we go. Do I have any examples of Redis configuration for usage along with mass transit as storage for Saga? No, I don't work with mass transit. It's not something I have an example of. Sorry. Check with Chris Patterson, one of the authors of mass transit. He may have something there for that. And I feel like that type of example of using Redis with mass transit is something that they should have. The mass transit folks should have with their toolkit there. So there is now it should have been right there. the am I not on the right? I might not be on the right. I'm not on the right branch. Well, let's change branches. Hang on. Stop everything. That's not it. This. Good. Ooh, that's a thing coming. That's a thing that's coming. Dev, Aspirify. There we go. No, there's nothing there. Feature. Right? I forget the branch. Checkout, feature, submission queue. Cool. Try that again. Hey there, Valerius. Thank you so much. If the person keeps submitting content that's not allowed, are you able to block their IP address? That's what the rate limiting does. That's what the rate limiting will do, is you're only allowed to submit N number of entries a day. Or, yeah. Chris Patterson hasn't streamed in a while. How you doing there, live coding? Yep. Fatboy G is his screen name that you'll find on all the services. So. And that should find it now. You worry more about people who submit one thing and after it's approved, they go and change the content to something else. Yeah, so, right, we need the ability to remove content as well. Like, after the fact, right? Right now, my admin screen has manage articles, and it's just a list of articles because it's just content that I've put in here. And I haven't hit a point where I need to go and remove stuff. Thank you so much.
911 a subscription. Steve gifted a tier 1 sub to Dr_Cox 1911.
Thank you so much for the gift sub.
Gift sub in the channel.
Very cool. Appreciate it. But the ability to remove content over here is something that needs to be done. Also, that published date, I want to get rid of. Right, I just need the date. I don't need to see the full time on that. Their documentation lacks a lot of details. Which, sorry, that's their project. That's what you get when you choose an open source project. Sometimes there's good docs. Sometimes there isn't. Valerius, just getting into Blazor and my content is very. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Once approved content, it could be verified that the author is reputable or not. Yeah, sure. Am I able to ban users? Well, there are no users at this point. So, no. That's a feature, right? Allowing folks to sign up and become users is a feature to be built. I want to clean up that published date here while I'm looking at this, because it just annoys me. Property column published, right? That's the property that it's showing. Is there a format on this? There is a format. So can I do something like that? Does that work? Oh, don't make me redeploy to look at that. We'll look at you later then. But here's the submission queue. And it's getting there. I need some sort of a accept reject button over here. and decide what happens when you click each of those buttons. Okay. This should have hot reloaded and applied the change for this, but it didn't. That makes me sad. So let's there is dupe checking already, Richard. Yes. So I have a method sitting in the repository right now, and it probably shouldn't be in the repository. It should probably be in some business layer that does the duplicate checking. So now if I refresh that, I should get... Come on now. Yeah, that's better. And my feature button, unfeature button down there, that's fine. So we can do more with this still. So am I going to generate a hash for the content and store that someplace? That's a little bit far, Manoj. That's a little bit far. At some point, that might make sense. But then that means that I need a crawler that's going to go and investigate and take a look at the content and look at how much has it changed since it was originally posted and make decisions about should this be reviewed, should this be removed. Not a terrible idea, but for a website that has only 189 articles, we're not there yet. Definitely an idea that we can look at, we can consider. Let's park that for right now. Could ask an AI to read and determine if it's okay. Sure. For the amount of work that would need to be done to do that, I don't have the volume to make that valuable. Consider, and I'm not saying that it's not a bad idea, for a site like Reddit, it makes perfect sense. I added 2 articles yesterday. 2 days before that, I added 1 article. I added 2 articles before that, so on and so forth. You can see the frequency at which content is being created at this point. That said, though, it's a lot faster than when content was being created in January, February, right? So it's a good problem that we don't have yet. We might have at some point. The Big Bad blog series is not over. Let me take a few moments and talk about that. The Big Bad blog series is not over. I've run into a number of personal issues that have kept me from having time to write it. Writing and generating that content takes a lot of work. If you look at the documentation that goes with that series... Here, go back to the code. Let me show you. I spend a lot of time to make sure that I have the documentation right for this. The third episode, I haven't finished the documentation yet, but I've been busy writing the 4th episode, which I finished a part of, and then I realized this isn't the 4th episode. This is more like the 5th or 6th episode. There is a ton of content that I write to explain what this is, along with screenshots, code samples that go along with it. And when you look at this, if you go and print this, check this out. This is 10 pages for Module 2. If I go back to the previous, and we print that, this is 11 pages, right? Like, I've written 20 pages of script, of content to go with this. It's about 10 pages for each episode that I'm writing. By the time this thing is done, I'm going to have about 100 pages of content that I've written with no guidance and, quite frankly, no support from the folks that I work with or the .NET Aspire team. It is a good series. unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you look at it, I started that series right after the .NET Aspire launch. Unfortunately, I don't know all the things that I want to build, and I've been kind of sketching and drawing and building it on the fly as I've been going here. And other content generation tasks that I have take me away from that, and it makes it harder for me to go back and build it. We're going to get back into it. There's more that we want to do there. Our friend Luce from MongoDB wants to help out, and I think there's a lot of opportunities to do cool things with it. It just takes me a lot of time to write it, and balancing that with the other things that I have going on, it's kind of hard to do. Like this is going on that I've been working on. We've got our next .NET Conf Focus event coming up in just about a week and a half now. A little bit more than 2 weeks. No, a little bit less than 2 weeks. August 20th, we've got a Focus on AI event. You might know some of these featured speakers that are going to be talking about this, but I've been planning and working on this. There's a great set of content coming up that you can learn all about, all the sessions, talking about how you can use AI with .NET. This is my day job. So, we're getting there. We're getting there. We'll get back into it. So it's not over. It's coming. My Tag is another project that I've been working on. There are bits and pieces of that work and work well together. What's interesting about My Tag, and you'll see it when we're ready to launch it, there's an invite system to it. And nobody has an invite system set of libraries or tools for ASP.NET. So if you want to generate invites that folks can click on and log in and get into your application, there isn't one. So there are some very interesting parts there. Some things that you've seen me built here on stream that I'm reusing in a slightly different format over on My Tag. Consequently, there are things that I have built for My Tag that we're going to use for Aspirify as well. So that's coming along. And we still need to get back into TagZap, because we're going to use TagZap for .NET Conf 2024 coming up in November. So much content we're generating, working on, and doing together. So, and I want to make sure Aspirify keeps growing for folks to be able to check out, discover, and use. Like, we did a bunch of discussion about the search engine features last time, and I will show you the console, the search engine console on the big Google. The big Google? I don't think there's another size Google. So performance is still trending up and to the right. So 25,000 impressions over the last 3 months, but you can see that it is continuing to track upwards. And we changed some of our keyword positioning on Tuesday, so it's not a massive trending upwards, but we got a 60, 70 more impressions than on Monday. So this is growing in a good way. The .NET Aspire keyword that we're trying to get, look at that. How's that for a step up in impressions from the .NET Aspire keyword? Right, so if we just look in the last week, right, and we turn on the average impression, turn off the number of clicks, right? So we're still hovering at about 12, which puts us just off the first page. It's coming. It's coming. So that's good to see. The other thing I want to show you is I put on some enhanced features for video presentation. If there's videos that are on Aspirify.net, get them loaded and presenting properly on Google. they're now showing properly as video resources on Google. All good things that help nudge in the appropriate direction there. I like that. See, I didn't stop the website and it stopped. It's like there's some sort of timeout that shuts it off. Or maybe it hits an error and shuts down. I don't know. Hey, Smirking Squiggly, hello. Speaking of November, do I know if the field keyword will make it into 9? I don't know. Could swear there was a package on NuGet ASP.NET Core Authentication GitHub. Yeah, you can log in with GitHub. Yes. Logging in with GitHub is actually one... it's a new feature... Not a new feature. It is an authentication feature that I do have for MyTag. 1 second here. Got to reply to someone. Here we go. Fantastic. Done. Might be due to the Windows update. Don't know about that. Okay, so I have my list of articles, and we need to start that article submission page so that we have a way to jump from there and actually accept an article or push one through. The ad break is going on. All right. You know what TagZap is, but what's the purpose of MyTag? I'm sorry, I can't talk about MyTag just yet. Just yet. Phil, thank you so much for the cheer.
Phil Bessie cheered 150.
I'll tell you that MyTag has the database footprint and scaling that I'm going to need, similar to ClipTalk. More on that soon. I don't want to share too much about it because I know other folks will copy and build it faster than I can right now. I've just got too much other content that I'm building. I really want to spend time on MyTag, and I can't right now. I can't work on it on stream because other folks will find it and build it. Yeah, get people's hopes up. Absolutely. So my article queue that we were working on... Come here. This one. Right? That wasn't the queue, but rats. I can't remember if I had... I started a reject table. That's fine. Search from here. Get rid of all that other junk. So I had a rejected table down here. And it doesn't have anything in it yet because I don't have a way to reject. And I think the idea was if we rejected something, we toss it over here instead of. No, I'm going to use Postgres. No, I'm going to use Postgres for this. I'm using Postgres and a lot of Redis. So, right, where did I know I had? Yeah, there's a rejected articles table that I had defined. Right? Check if the article was previously rejected. Okay. So I had started, yeah. I don't need that then. I got confused in my own features here. So I don't need to do that filter because the content that's in my submitted queue if it's been rejected, it's been thrown over to the rejected table. And we don't know what that looks like yet. But so DGen 1 with the question of would I choose RavenDB? I don't think I'm going to choose RavenDB this time because the type of database architecture that I need doesn't need that. For when it comes time to build search, I'll probably jump right into Elasticsearch and use that. Okay, so if I accept an article, right, the tasks that we're looking at here to finish today, right, is, so this is, I guess I can say this is done for now. If I accept an article, well, let's do reject. I think reject is kind of clear. So if I add a reject button that says, no, we don't take this, I want to throw it into the rejected table, right? So all that's doing is checking to see if it exists. So I don't have a rejected articles object yet. Hey, Dr. Cox. Welcome back. I have, it should be coming right after stream today. I have a new laptop coming from our friends at K-Focus. Looks like it's going to be this evening that it's coming. So, I've been using a laptop off and on for a few years now from our friends at K-Focus. Really good system. Terabyte of drive space, 64 gig of RAM. It's got an NVIDIA 2700 series video card on it. An i7 11000 series. Really, really nice machine. They have a new machine that they're sending to me. It's arriving today to check out. We're going to unbox and work on stream. The folks at K-Focus offer a little bit of a concierge service when you buy a system from them. They'll hand walk you through getting set up, getting everything running in a half-hour visit with them to get things started. So they'll help you make sure you have your security set up the way you want it to. They'll help you get some of your settings restored from another system and get you ready to go. So I'm really looking forward to this because this new system they're sending me sounds like it's going to be my new go-to machine, and I'll be able to get away with carrying just one device with me on the road. So, yes, it's Intel. Yep. So, if I reject an article, let's go back to this. If I reject an article, I feel like I could probably just take the submitted article entry and submitted articles to help with the question earlier about, hey, how do you detect if there's duplicates? The partition key has the host name. The row key is the folder location, because folks aren't going to just send me bing.com. They're going to send me medium.com/ and then there's some article address in there. So that path will be the row key over here. We'll detect and load up a title for that. And the discovered article content is over in here. I feel like title should be copied over here instead of over there. Right? Yeah, we don't have a title that they submit. Let's go back over here for a second. What? No, that's the... Yeah. Resize the thumbnail. There it is. No, that's not it. What? Collapse everything here for a second. No. That's better. Scan for new articles. Right, so this is looking at submitted articles. So I want to just say, if we don't have a discovered article. And we're just going to JSON serialize that article in there. I think we also want to say if no discovered article title, yeah. If we found a title, and that's not even going to work. If not string is null or empty, right? Because it's a string. So if we actually have text, go set it, and then we'll upsert it. Fantastic. That makes things easier. So now actually I can go back to my, which one is it? My article queue. I can add a title here, and that, does that help? I guess that helps. Hopefully it helps, right? So I can make that just a property column. Property. Title. No. I think that's all I need. I think that's all I need, right? We did a property column over here. Oh, I need to do something. Oh, fine. You, go away. Do something like this. Yeah, that's better. Do I use an int or a GUID for the key of the data tables? Neither. Neither. I use the address of the page that it came from. Hey, Crafty Becky, hello. How are you? So here, I'll show you. The articles table has a partition key and a row key. The partition key is what type of content it is. It's an article. There should be videos in there. Go to the next page. There you go. There's audio, there's events, there's video. And then the row key is a slug based on the title of the content. So, okay. I don't need title in this block then, because I've got title over here. So I don't need that. But if I'm going to add a reject button, I need a way to specify and reject that appropriate thing. Oh no! Ah, Crafty Becky, I'm sorry to hear that. Onward and upward, yes. Back on the job hunt. All the best to you. You'll find everybody's going to be able to find something. For some folks, it might take longer than others. Wish you the best in your job hunt. So, so if I'm adding a reject button, right? So on the articles page, there's a feature button here that calls and says feature article this article, right? That's what context is. Feature this one. So what I can do is add a similar button that says reject and route over there. Nothing stopped you. That's awesome. Love the determination. Go get it. Go get it. I'm trying to think I've got all these sound effects here. I'm trying to find a good one to say, yeah, let's go get it. Do it! You'll get there. Hey, Steve-O. Hello. It knows this hat. This hat sometimes is a little bit tricky. This is my Harry Potter Marauders map hat. So you could... Wait a sec. There it is up there. There's the map. The Marauders map on the top of it. I need to rewrite this AI. I wanted to use the OpenAI large language models to pick up and show that. So, yeah, look, right? I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good, and you see the Marauders map down here on the brim. On other hats that I have, there's a thing on the underside. So, this one's so that tall people can look down at me. What? Okay, so if I'm creating a reject button, right? So I'm going to have another template column that I'm going to stick on the end here. That's going to have the accept or reject buttons, right? Hey, yeah, something like that. That's actually pretty good, but not quite yet. Let's put a title up here, action, and we're gonna say sortable equals false. Sorry, you can't sort that, John. And that's not too bad. So we need these methods to be created. Can we go create those? No, you're not going to create it, and that makes me sad. These are hanging off the repository object. Why don't we do this? Let's just create a method here that says... I'm going to need to... I'm going to need to do something like that. And like this. But see, that doesn't exist yet. I need to write it. But it gives me that level of indirection so that inside this class, this file, I can update and add features to it if there's more logic to be built. So approve article, reject article. We'll add methods for those. Override async task. No. Approve article. It's going to be something like that. Not over. Oh, there's no override to that. Do I need to reload it? Sure. Why not? Is it going to give me the reject? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay. So I still need to add these methods, which it doesn't have. So I'll go to my... I have an iRepository interface that I defined. That's getting a little hefty here. Oops. So, I'll make this a task. Approve article, and this is a submitted article entity. Just call it article. Give me the reject one. Yes! It's like I knew, it's like it knew what I was going to do. See, and this class is getting a little out of control now. Just a little bit out of control. Right? There's approve, there's reject. Alright. Let's do the reject article first. So what do you think reject article should do? Let's see if Copilot can get to it before me. Maybe I need to dictate it. Let's dictate it. Yeah. And remove from the submitted articles table. Yeah, do that. Alright, so get the submitted articles table. Yeah. Get the rejected articles table. Yeah. Now what? Yeah, so that will add it, the current article that was submitted to the rejected table. Good. Delete it from the submitted articles table. Good. I think that's it. Let's rename these so it's a little bit clearer. I think that's it. So, Mom's here. Hey, Mom. Look at Mom's here in chat. Look at that. You love it when Mom stops by. How's it going there, Mom? Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, you know Mom. It's Mom. Mom stops by every now and again. I'm not sure it's going to find it. It hasn't.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
That's way wrong hat. That is not a Flyers hat. 42%. No. No. One more try on that. No, see? Actually, I don't want approve article to do anything here. I don't. So. See that? Look, everybody's greeting Mom. Hello. So, I think approve article, we want to do something else. No, we're not going to approve. I think we want to route over to the article page so you can see all the content and load from there. Oh, now cut that out, Napalm. The Penguins fan. Take that Pittsburgh fandom, take it over there somewhere. With my daughter departing for West Virginia, she's going to learn a whole new level of appreciation for Pittsburgh. For those that don't know, West Virginia and University and Pittsburgh University have a bit of a rivalry. A bit. And the kids from West Virginia University, when they want to go see concerts, they want to go into town and experience the big city, they go to Pittsburgh because it's like an hour drive away. So that's where they go to have a little bit of. Uh-oh. Now they're asking Mom questions in chat. And the Blackhawks. Don't give me the Blackhawks. I do have a Blackhawks jersey. I have the away, it was the away jersey, now it's the home jersey. The red with the Chief Blackhawk logo in the middle. So, yes, Mom, Dr. Cox has a question for you. I did not come out with a beard. Do we need to have Mom visit at some point? And hang out? So... okay, so the reject should remove and reload the screen and move stuff over to the other queue. This, we should be able to see that working. Let's verify that works. A Mom stream? Code time with... So here's the thing. Mom doesn't write code. Mom's not a technical person like that. She might be there right now kind of giggling and laughing at us. No, Mom never wrote code. Oh, I need to go back over here. I removed, right? I don't think, well, no, maybe approve article is a thing, but it's, She codes Java. No. Let's call this remove article. Remove submitted article. Because I think that'll be used in several places. Yeah. Restart that. Oh, Mom's responding. It's been a long time. You still have some of my hats? Oh. You have... Is my Montreal Expos hat still there? Oh, look at this. She's having a good time with it. Look what you've done, chat. I don't mind that. Make mom happy, but don't encourage her. If I were to try to teach mom to code, I'm not sure it would go well. I'm not sure it would go well. And that's being generous. All right, see that? Look. All right, so there's the submission queue. There we go. Now we've got our little reject buttons there. So if I click reject on Bing, nothing happens. And I feel shame. Did it attempt to do anything? There's the delete. So if I refresh, yeah, it's gone. So it didn't reload the screen. Why didn't it reload the screen? Yeah, do we need a state has changed in there? We shouldn't, because it's a button. Oh, because I didn't await on it. That's why. Okay. I'm gonna have to restart in order to get that working. Give it a try. Look at this. Folks are encouraging here. A lot of new topics at the Christmas table. Oh, just the fact that the two granddaughters are at college. The one granddaughter is married. Yeah, there'll be some fun discussions at the Christmas table, to be sure. So, absolutely. All right, so jump back in. Right, and actually, we should be able to see over here in the rejected table. There's Bing rejected. Back over here, there's that loaded. Admin. Manage articles. Submission queue. Right? There it goes. So now if I reject Google, yeah, gone. That was what I was missing. So, hey, Door Like Thor. You recently started full stack from being a front-end dev. The back end is .NET and C#. Any good resource to learn, or is Docs the go-to place? What do you want to learn? What is it you're having problems with? What are you looking for help with? Like, so Microsoft Docs is a funny place, where not only do you have typical API documentation, you've got sample code, you've got tutorial walkthroughs there, but you've also got lessons that are available from there as well. So saying the Docs is a go-to place is kind of a catch-all. We've also got training videos available online to help out with that from the Microsoft team. So how can I help? How do you learn, and what kinds of things are you looking to learn? Let me see here. So reject does what it's supposed to do. Cool. Need to work up what that approve button does. Here's what I'm thinking. And chat, help me out with this. When you click approve, I want to route you over to this this page and pre-populate it with the URL that was submitted. The published, the title, and any other information that it found and pre-populated. The category and the article type are going to need some help, and the thumbnail URL we're going to need some help with as well. I think that might be a nice way to kind of shoehorn this back into the existing workflow. But if it came in from a submitted article, the save button needs to then approve and remove it from the submitted queue and add it to the articles table, which then triggers indexing on the search engine, that type of thing. Ads are disabled now for the next hour. Nice. So that's, I think, where I want to go with this. So approve doesn't necessarily finish and approve and hand things off. Populate it can only be seen when an admin logged in. Yeah. I don't want to automatically approve things yet. I hear you. That might be a good workflow in the future. I should have more moderators and folks helping out here that are able to go through and do that. With the current volume of articles, no rush on that just yet. So let's pre-populate this. I'm okay with that. So if and actually the article edit page does have a way that it receives information about an article to edit. Because you can click edit on an existing article. Yeah, there'll be a slug and a date. And there's the save operation right there. So let's do this. Let's also add a parameter, because this is, right, you can see up here, you have to be an admin to access this. So let's add another parameter. Supply parameter from query, name equals, I'll just say Q, right? Public bool from Q. Yeah, there we go. Right? That works. Why don't... Why doesn't it like these? Oh, those are silly. So on parameter set, there it's going to go load the article from the repository. Else if from Q, yeah. So I need a slug to pass over there. That's fine. We can generate one of those. Because that's the row key. Now, if it's from Q, we'll make the article slug the... Hang on. If it's from the queue, I should put in a partition and row to submit. Public string, submission, partition key. Don't need to set a default on that. And if these are populated, then I don't need that. Right, I can do something like that. Public string, submission, row key. And we'll also supply that Fantastic. So its partition is first. Yep. So if we have a partition key and we have a row key, so we'll go to the article repository and we will, I need to be able to get a submitted article by those two keys. So submission partition key, submission row key. I need to add that feature now. So back over to iRepository, task, submitted article entity, yes. Get submitted article, right? Yep. String partition key, string row key, done. Back over to the repository, step. And I will go find that feature and let Copilot generate it. Oh man. That's pretty darn good. That's pretty darn good. I don't need the continuation. Let's make this async. Nope. Yeah, it might be. If query is null, I like that. That was okay. There you go. All right. Back up to here. So we'll put a big old try catch on this. Catch a key not found exception. Do nothing. Show screen empty. There's a message here, isn't there? Right? I thought I had a validation message. Ruben Salih, hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us, Ruben. Okay, so if I have a submitted article, right, let's change this. You're not going to let me do an explicit type there. Hey, how's it going? Right, this is a submitted article entity, and do that, and one of these. Yeah, I know I did that. So we have the value, so I want to copy now the values into the fields on screen. So right, I should be able to say article dot. Sure, go ahead and do that one. Nope, that isn't going to work. I have the discovered article content, right? Outlook's telling me there's a thing. That's fine. Oh, man. Thank you. While I wasn't looking, Copilot just solved that for me. Give me a using statement for system text JSON. Thank you. If, no. Submitted article, discovered article does not equal that. If it is not null or empty, and we have that, yeah. Then we're going to go pre-populate some of this stuff. I'm always going to be able to do source URI equals that, not the thumbnail. I'm going to be able to get the title. Yes. Why don't you like that? It's just URI. And even then, that's a string. That's okay. That works. Nope, not a thumbnail. The author is going to come off of there if it found one. Fine, we'll do a null check there as well. No. All these null checks, man. I don't think... Yeah, we can start with that. No. What other values are we missing here? Oh, description. Well, the description might be somewhere else. We got to calculate a slug. I don't remember how to do that. Like, I thought I had a... There it is. If there is no slug, when we set the title, it will set one for me. So that will define the slug. Okay. That might be it for now. And then I should do a lookup down there. So, let's do this. Bool force equals false. Right, so if you don't specify it, true or that. If you do specify true, that's false. It drops out immediately and goes to that. Yeah. So I can say await lookup article true. Why did it just do that? Let's give that a shot. I think we've got something there. And this, when you click save and we are looking at a submitted article, I need to change it so that it removes the submitted article and then saves the new article like it currently is doing. Should be pretty straightforward to add that feature, and then we're pretty well done this. What did I do there? Oh, rats. All right, fine. I set a default on that. You should be able to just do the thing. Go, go, go. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, shoo. And I think we're just about done this feature, and then we'll move on to talking to you about other features that we should consider next for the website. There's some SEO work that's in our future. We'll get there. I don't want to dive into that today, though. All right, manage articles. And the submission queue. So if we go to approve, I don't have it routing yet. Oh, darn it! I forgot to build the thing that connects those. So from here, I need a navigation manager. Right, navigation manager is the way in Blazor that we take control over what you're looking at and route the browser appropriately. So if we're approving the article, we're going to say navigation manager navigate to, and we're going to route you to, what's the article edit page? Admin edit article. And we're going to pass in a couple of arguments there. The partition key and the row key. So we're going to say p equals article dot partition key, and r equals article dot row key. And I should probably encode that. Escape data string, right? It's sometimes difficult being a good internet citizen, you know. Yeah, that's it. Let's take a look at that. Give that a shot. So, approved article is currently async. I'll remove it. Oh, let's see. That's fine. Task, completed task, go. Thank you, Codebase Alpha. Here we go. Do you enjoy watching me build these websites? Do you think, is there more that you'd like to see me work on stream? Would you like to see me do more Q&A, news analysis? I was playing games on Friday mornings for a while, and my Fridays have been absorbed by a couple other tasks recently, but I was thinking about having a fun Friday morning tomorrow and do some gameplay. I don't know. What do you think? I want to make sure that the stream's entertaining, it's educational, you're getting something out of it here. Keep building. So I'm going to go into admin, manage articles. Maybe the submission queue should be up top, so it's easier to drop down into. So if I'm going to approve /dot, click that, opens this up. Nothing. And r equals root. What happened? Over to my article edit page. Put a breakpoint in here. Oh, it's going to drop right into that immediately. It's never going to hit this. Else if. Rats. Well, no. Oh, hang on. Let's see. Refresh that. There we go. So, article slug is empty. Title is empty. So it's going to drop down. Now it's going to say submission partition key. Yep. And the row key is null. Why is the row key null? Because I made it S instead of R. Ugh. No. Restart. Good mix of chat, AMA, and coding? Okay. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what we get. And I feel like I could really use some playwright tests to do this. But I don't feel comfortable in my playwright skill yet to be able to go through and build those. Maybe that's an opportunity for us to invite Debbie to join us. Yeah. Yep. Maybe it's an opportunity for us to have Debbie O'Brien join us and help write some tests. So, okay. Now see. Oh, yeah. Okay. There it has a row key. Okay. Go get it. Given key was not present in the dictionary. What? Yes, it was. Oh, you're going to do that to me. Fine. Oh, this should return. That's what's going on there. Fine. Right, so let's dive in there now. We know that works. So it's going to go get the submitted articles table, and it's going to look where it shouldn't be host, and it shouldn't be path. Because that doesn't match. This should be partition key, and that should be row key. And yeah, it didn't patch that. Hang on. The other thing we saw back there we need to fix. Just return out of there if we don't have the article. Go. The occasional rant. I have a feeling that you chat room enjoys me ranting about things. Because there's so many wonderful things to rant about as technologists, isn't there? So many wonderful things. Let's see. Here we go. Over here. Back into the website. Come on now. Load up. There it goes. Admin page. And submission queue. There we go. So if I say approve on Slashdot, go find that content. Got it. So it's going to deserialize the article entity content that it found. There's all the stuff about Slashdot. Oh, I can set the article description too. Right? If it found a description, sure. Not bad. Not bad. Right? I don't think it actually set. Right, so let's put a breakpoint there. You're not going to hit breakpoints just because I updated that stuff for you. Run it again. There's work on the hot reload that's going to be coming with .NET 9 that I'm really looking forward to. So, yes, a Fritz rant. Nevada? Here we go. Pet Peeve Friday? I don't know if I'd go that far. I don't want to be an angry, ranting lunatic on every Friday. Don't get me wrong. I do enjoy a good rant. Red Hot Reload coming in .NET 9. Significant improvements. And there's Blazor features coming. Yep. So, I was actually thinking of upgrading Aspirify to the release candidate when it becomes available. Like, immediately jump right to it. So, here we go. I can turn that off. So, force is true. So that should jump over that and go load up. Right, so the article raw URI is /. Yep. Create the client, go get it. And tries to look at the namespace for Open Graph stuff. Right. Did it find a thumbnail? Nope. Okay. Well, that kind of explains that. Cool. I feel like that works. So if this was submitted like that, I think let's put a property up here. Let's make this a little bit easier. Public will is submitted article from submission queue. Right, like that, something like that. And right, I can take this exact same bit right there from submission queue and just add that little bit of indirection right there to make it easier to reuse that same thing. I'll come back, Richard, in just a second. I'm kind of on a roll here. So then I can go up here, instead of save as the text on this, right, I can say if it's from submission queue, accept submission, otherwise save. No, get rid of that extra quote. Okay. So then during the save operation, right? Where's save? Save. Here we go. Sure. If, ooh, wait a sec. Well, it's not actually, if from submission queue, and I need to pass in an article. So let's change that so that it's the two keys, right? That'll make it a little bit quicker to go through here. remove this article. I'm forgetting the hotkey for dictation. Is it G? What's the Windows hotkey for dictation? Windows hotkey dictation. Windows H. Of course it's H. And it opened up here. Test, test. I don't think it's listening on the right one. Nope, wrong one. Remove the entry with the submitted partition key and row key from the submitted articles table. I love it when a plan comes together. Go ahead, Copilot. Go do it. Submitted articles. That'll do. That'll do. Just tuck you up there somewhere. So I'll pass submitted article. No. What was the partition key? Submission partition key. It was right there. Why don't you like that? Cool. That should work. Oh yeah. Windows H. And you can dictate into any text box. Richard asks in chat, what's my drink of choice while coding? Typically coffee. I have a Keurig machine. I typically get Starbucks coffee pods. I've been drinking the cinnamon dolce flavor. So I do have tea. I don't just have tea. I have a good friend, Dryad Tea, that made a tea special for us, for the live coders, called Night Owl's Delight. Check this out. So this is a special tea that she brewed and formulated specifically for the live coder stream team. And a couple of years ago, when we were doing Team Swag, and we haven't done it in almost 3 years now, in 4 years now. Every member of the team got a packet of tea and a special tea. What's it called? A special tea ball that had a purple, black, and silver D20 on it. Codebase Alpha got some. Yeah, it was good tea. So I order Night Owl's Delight tea a lot from her. I've still got a good ounce downstairs that I go through and drink every now and again. Really nice stuff. So this has a vanilla base with light lemon overtones. Really good stuff. So I am not affiliated with Dryad Tea. She's a friend. Her family. This is a family-run shop based in Colorado. They do not ship overseas, but if you're in North America, really great service. Consequently, because they're a family-run shop, there are times where they're not available and it takes longer for orders to be shipped out. They're not Amazon. So, but really good stuff. Go ahead and check it out. I fully support them. Junie Von Esch has tried it. There you go. Yeah. So, Night Owl's Delight, it's called. Shoot. Let me pop that link into chat. If anybody's interested in it, there you go. And that should appear over in YouTube also. There you go. So, I'm not affiliated. I don't get any kind of kickback there. Happy to support a friend that runs a small business online. Quality does take time. The other things they do, check this out. Where is it? You can order tea. Yeah, for game night. Look at some of the cool stuff. Chainmail tea. That's neat. I have some of these D20 and trivets. That's cool. Right, there's all kinds of just cool tabletop gamer, kitschy accessories you can get for your tea enjoyment. But there is, I don't see it here. You can do. Here we go. So you can do a character themed chest of tea where she'll put together based on your role-playing character, give them a description, a profile of who your character is, and she will choose teas and accessories including spoons and a tea infuser, maybe even some dice. She sells dice there that kind of mold and wrap around your character and define who that is. Really cool stuff. Yeah, Jedi Mega Man. So if there's a note on the checkout field, let them know that you heard about them from here. Like I said, I'm not affiliated with Dryad Tea. They're a friend. We've worked with them in the past, and I'm happy to support small businesses on stream. Oh, I wanted to test the remove submission article. So let's put an article from my blog in here and see what happens. Now let's just choose another article from the Microsoft blog, submit it, and see how the approve process works. Woohoo! And we can remove that. So I'm going to run out to dev blogs, Microsoft.com.net. Let's find an article here. I don't care if it's related to Aspire or not, but I know that they fill out a lot of the information nicely for this. There's our friend John Galloway with the article I posted yesterday about adding .NET Aspire. Here, let's grab this article from Rachel Kang on the .NET Maui team. And we'll submit that article. So it comes into the queue and gets all loaded up there. Submit new content. Yes, please. Bring me over here. Key in an address. Go ahead and submit. And it's going to go through... Yep, my rate limiter. That's fine. And... Wow. The row key is out of range. Guess we need to URL encode that row key, huh? So that's in add to submission queue in my minimal APIs. And add entity async in repository. Line 612. Let's go find that. So right here. That row key... Let's do a URI encode data string on that. Yeah. That should work. Restart that John and give it again. Give it another try. Here we go. Come on now. So, and yeah, for a while, Dryad Tea was posting almost more than daily on TikTok various videos of her choosing teas and so forth, and how the shop is running. There were some challenges they had as a family a few months ago, and it's knocked her off her TikTok game. She isn't on it like she was, but I hope they come back and do some more of that. There we go. Content submitted successfully. So now if I go over to my admin queue, we should probably clear out that field so that you don't sit there and just keep tapping it. Submission queue. There it is. Look at that. Creating bindings for .NET. Not great there. Like, this could get ugly. But if I click approve, routes me over to here, reloads. Didn't give me a thumbnail. The published date isn't correct. Right? Like, I feel like I still need to open and head over there and go get a published date. There is a thumbnail for it. Yeah, I know the title's required. I'm trying to force it to go reload it. Need to truncate the URLs for display. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Go to the article queue. Um, 0, 20. Something like that. And that should help make that a little bit. And go to 30. Nah, 20 is probably fine. Anyways. But when it routed over to here, it didn't try to get a thumbnail, or was there a thumbnail that it was trying to load? Let's see. Not author page. I'm not working on you right now. This one. Article edit. No, not that. It's in here that I was thinking. If it found a thumbnail, set the thumbnail. And if it's set, yeah, it should try and load it as an image there. Reset, let's see what it looks like again. Width 9,000%, problem solved. Yeah, it's not a public-facing UI, so I don't care so much. Like, it's fine. When I do have a public-facing UI for moderators, public moderators, then maybe there's something more to do there. But right now, since it's just me, who cares? Like, I can deal with that, right? The goal is to start offloading some of the submission management from me and crowdsource it. So, yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Math.min context URI length 20. Oops. Oops. So. And I've been learning more about some of those page enhancement features on Google. We're going to add, there's a profile type of page that we're going to add some of those markup for authors on Aspirify. So you can click on author names and it takes you through and shows you other articles by that person, right? Like I can click Jeff Fritz here, and it shows you here's some of the things from me on the website. It's almost like I write this website. So let's go back through to the queue, right, and click through to approve. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Slippers. Slippers? What? I'm not wearing slippers. Who are you talking about? What? Did it not get a published date? Like, oh, we're not setting that up if there is one. Yeah, it's not gonna. No. Try it one more time. I think we're just about there. So the reject flow works. Right, that I can close, that I can close. Yeah. Right, we know that works. Band host list is the last thing to do here, which probably deserves its own user interface to manage that list. So, there we go. Loading, running. Yeah, Urban Blaster. We're almost there. I was gonna say, why do you think I'm wearing slippers? Like, I'm not wearing slippers. Slippers? No. Trust me, if there's one thing that I'm not showing on stream, it's my feet. There we go. And approve, and didn't set the publish date. Maybe if this was submitted and loaded in here, maybe we make source URL into a link to go open that page. Just a wild shot. Ah. I see what you did there. Right, so we could do at if. Why does it keep changing that? From submission queue. Okay. Where is it? At article source URI. Yep. That'll work. So I have a way to jump over to that page and take a look. I think that's... I think that's what I needed for this. And it says properly accept submission. Let me restart and I'll test the accept submission button. I'm not going to go through and actually let it add. But we'll step through there. Make sure that it would do the appropriate steps. Here we go. So, article entity, do I have... I don't have any kind of a removed field here. Ah, is deleted. Okay. So if I want to remove something, I can set is deleted to true. And it'll disappear. I think it'll disappear. Right? Yep. Get by slug, and it's not deleted. Get latest where not deleted. Today's featured article. Latest by type where not deleted. Yeah. Get all where not deleted. Yeah, I think we've got that. Articles by category not deleted. Articles by author not deleted. Latest from a category not deleted. New and popular. Okay, okay. And not deleted. Most popular articles. That's for the graph, so I don't need to check for... No, it does check if they're deleted. Alright, fine. Yeah, I think we're good. So... House always has the edge. Okay. Okay. Sure. Let me tell you, in my house, maybe I need to put a title on that so we can see it. So we can see the full URL there. I don't mind adding that. Right there. Uh-huh. And if we go to approve, load it up, you know, whatever. And if I click submit, it should drop into here. Or not. Oh, doesn't have an author. Oh, didn't pick up the author. Submit. Okay. That's fine. So now the article has a slug? Hey there. Snuff Canuck? Hello. Welcome. Is it from the submission queue? Yes. So it would remove, and we know it knows how to do that. And then it would go through and do the save on the article, which is all populated. So I'm good with that. I think we're done. I think we're done with this feature in its current state. We still need to do band lists. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can do the band list. So it should be rejected and removed from... Well, not rejected. It should be removed from the queue now because I accepted it and I didn't let it save the article. So, manage articles, submission queue. Yep, gone. And it's not in the rejected queue. So, I think we're good. I'm going to save and commit what I've got right now. And then... completed admin workflow. So that's now on my website, ready to go. Yes, that Polka Pips, that is Quick Grid that I'm using there. I could put some styling on it to get some horizontal rules and some striping on it. Haven't done it. No rush. Where to next? Band list. Where do we put the band list? It could be a table in my Postgres database. It could be a blob sitting in storage that is a JSON list of all of these values, because I'm never going to... It could be a table that has just a list of here's the host names, right? And just manage that list. It's not terrible. Maybe the table is the way to, the table storage is the way to go, and load it into memory, because the list of the list of hosts there is going to be, if it gets to a couple hundred, it's still not a lot of space in memory. You like the hat? Thank you, Mythin. No, I could put it in Redis cache, right? I can put it into Redis cache as an array of strings off of a key identifier. And Redis cache can search that array very, very quickly, and I already have Redis cache wired up. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's put it in Redis cache and manage it as an array of strings for the host names in Redis cache. What do you think, chat? Does that sound like a good decision? Add a Redis client. And wrap that. Redis all the things. Redis is nice. Do it. Look, look.
It can be done exactly how I want it.
It can.
The only question is,
yeah,
are you the man to do it?
Darn Skippy, I'm the right man to do it. Nah, not in memory cache. Redis cache. Ad break started. Oh man. You can do a query on Redis cache asking if a string is in a key, is stored in an array identified by a key. It is in memory, but it'll cache to disk. It will save to disk. How do I want to do this? Delete all breakpoints. Don't need those anymore. Yes, please, go. Go away. So let's go. I'm going to define an interface and a repository in the same class. Because for right now, it won't matter. Let's call this URL ban repository. Right? Really? Public interface. URL ban. Yeah, thank you. No. Add host. Yeah. Remove host. No, I'm okay. Sure, do that. No. Task bool is host banned. All right. A RAG chatbot. That's something to be doing. Okay, so we're going to implement the interface. Right. Let's hide the interface down here at the bottom. Thanks so much. So if we're using this as a Redis cache, we need the Redis multiplexer, right? So I can go back up here. There it is. I believe. Yeah, look at that. The connection name is going to be services cache. So now that adds a Redis multiplexer. iConnection multiplexer. There we go. So iConnection multiplexer we want to put right there. Yep. Sure. Public, constant, and no, make this internal. Not even private. Nobody goes outside this. Redis key. Yeah, banned hosts. Right. Set add async. Right. Let me add the specified member to the set stored at key. Nice. That's it. Done. Like, that's easy. Let's make this. Yeah, that's fine. I guess that's fine. Sure. Let's see if it'll automatically complete this one for me. Get the collection of banned hosts at Let's just do that. So get the database. Yeah. Set members async says go get all the set members stored at this key, and we have to return them as a string. Nice. Okay. Is this host banned? I don't know how to use Redis, so I'm just kind of following along here. Yeah, check if the host is banned. Yeah, do that. That sounds really good. There we go. That's what I knew this method existed, so it'll check to see if it exists there. So when we add this, I think we should do a toLower invariant to make sure that they're all lowercase. Same thing here. Just to make sure that we're always checking. Remove the host from the banned list. Here we go. Yep. There it is. Nice. All right. We have our Earl ban repository that we can work with now. I'll go back over to program. And we will add Earl ban repository, and it's the Earl ban repository. Now it knows how to do that, so on my article submission page, is it on that page? No, it's in this repository is where I have the business logic. I can... Create one of those. Create one of these. So now... add to submission queue where it's doing all this other check. There it is. Check if the article is already submitted. Before we even get the table. Check if the URL is on the ban list. Man, that was good. That was so good. Look at that! Yeah, I like that. What do you think, chat room? Let's call this Aspirify band hosts, just to make it a little bit clear. I do love Copilot. Things like that does fantastic. There are other times where it gets in the way and I just want it to go away. But I feel like that worked really well. I'm going to need an admin screen that lists, here's the current band hosts, and allows me to manage that list. I feel like that's a simple screen with a quick grid and a text box that just lets me add values to it. You know? Let me just double check that article queue is, yep, authorized for admin. So I'll add another admin page. And let's call this manage host ban list dot razor. How's it going, Skylix? Good to see you. Over here. It's some of these things. I don't know which ones. Admin. Manage host ban. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not bringing that in. I'm bringing in the IRL band repository. Sure, that works. Don't need navigation manager. And it's going to be something like this. I don't know. Band hosts. This is a list of hosts that are not allowed to be submitted. Now, that check is here in add to submission queue, which is called out of the article submission API, which is limited, rate limited. So it doesn't, you could hit the rate limit and not get that feedback. That it's been rejected. Could. I'll close the quick grid on that. Yep, close the div. There's another div. I think it's another div and then the section. Yeah. Love all that markup. Band hosts. Okay. I don't really need a template column. I could probably just do a property column. This is just a collection of strings, right? So I probably want to have a record here. Let's make it a public record. Let's make this a record struct. String hostname. That's not right. This will be a band host. My WASD keys on this keyboard are all mushed and beat up for me mashing them playing Overwatch. So I'm waiting for that new keyboard to arrive from Digma. So let's create a private. Sure, that's fine. But let's call this instead hosts. And yeah. But I need to new band host H. No, H. Because that just returns a collection of strings. There we go. So, oh, it wants that as an iQueryable. There we go. Done. Oh, I need a property column. No. I'm tabbing to let you complete that. There it is. Title equals host. Yeah, that's fine. We should probably put some paging on this. I forget how to do pagination. Article queue should probably have pagination as well. There might be a lot that comes through there. You know? Pagination is pagination. Well, that... And a paginator at the bottom. Okay, sure. Right? Oh, it's after the quick grid. Fine. Fine. I don't know what pagination is, but we're going to make it up. There it is. Okay. We could probably make this bigger because it's just host names. Built into Blazor. Oh, yeah. 1 second there, PowerShell Freak. We'll come back to you in a second. That's a big question. So that should do pagination. We can do sorting on this. Sortable? True. Do we want to allow filter so that you can search for a... Nah. But I'm going to need a text box to be able to add. I need that same pagination bit on the queue. Let me add that real quick over here. That's not it. That's not it. That is. So up here we can say pagination equals pagination. Pagination. Paginator. Was it state equals... Is that it? Yeah. Okay. I need a text box on this. Add a small form with a text box to add new hosts to the list. Come on. Yep. Okay. Gonna give me a div there. All right, what else? Give me a submit. Not bad. Not a bad start. And for this, we can add in on click equals add host. We should bind this. This will be, we'll call it new host. Private string new host. And we need a method called add host. Task add host. Sure, we'll make this async. Check if the submitted host is in the current list. I don't mind putting that on just one line. Add the host to the list. Sure. Yeah, refresh the list. That's right. Why isn't it like that? Because it's called... Yeah, just add host. There we go. Cool. Done. While that's starting up, when we take a look, PowerShell Freak with a question wants to create a solution where thousands of devices from the graph needs to be written to a database. What's the best solution for this? Queue storage in Azure Functions, or is there a better way? Queue storage, using the queue is not a bad way to queue up your inserts. My question is, what's the source data? What does the source data look like for you? Is it in a CSV? Is it in an Excel sheet? Is it in another database? Is it something you can batch upload like that? If it's as a new device comes online, it needs to be added. Coming from MS Graph, I wouldn't use a queue. I would store it in some sort of a SQL database so that you have the relational ability to look those things up quickly. You might be able to use NoSQL. I don't know what your needs are as far as querying that data. If you're just looking up based on like a MAC address, you should be able to load those quickly. But if there's other fields in there you need to be able to filter on, I would look at more of a SQL relational database to let you store, filter, and interact with that content. Heading back over to the admin. Manage articles. Let me make sure that the submissions queue... Yeah, we got a little paginator down there. I didn't set up any... Well, I have sorting on dates submitted. That's not bad. Alright. And I don't have a link yet to go to the managed band list. I'm going to have to navigate directly to it. So... Right, and now I'm on my managed band list. Let's, while I'm here, add this to the home page. Not that home page. Not the public home page, but the admin home page, which is dashboard. So I'll add it here. Manage band hosts. There we go. So I should be able to... I feel like the ad should be just at the end here instead of next to it. But whatever. I'm going to ban Twitch TV. That was easy. I don't like that it refreshed the whole screen. YouTube is okay. LinkedIn is probably fine because there's articles on LinkedIn. Where else do I not want you to send articles from? Sure. Right. Similarly, kick.com, facebook.com, x.com, twitter.com. So those should now be in my Redis. That's what you want to do, but is Azure Functions the right way to insert so much data at once into an Azure SQL database? No, you should be fine. You should be fine. It will scale appropriately the number of Azure functions. So, and those inserts, because you're adding only, you're just doing an insert, should run very, very quickly. Let's look for... Nope, I don't see the band list. Where's the band list? Aspirify band hosts. That should be the key that we're looking for here. No. Really? I found them. They're sitting out there. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at my production repository. I need to look at the local Redis, which is in 56.163, which I don't have here. I don't need to look at that. Get a new version of this right now. There they are. And there's the list. Cool. No, you won't. If you're on a consumption plan, you should be okay. It'll just scale appropriately and create more instances as it needs it, and scale down appropriately as it's able to handle it. But inserting into a table should always run very, very quickly because it's just adding to the end. Make sure your key is an auto-incrementing integer, not a GUID, but an auto-incrementing integer, so it's always adding to the end of it. Your indexes and other things, let them be rebuilt and add them on the things you want to actually index later. But by making your index an auto-incrementing ID, it'll just add to the end and recalculate the index after the insert's done. Right? There's some database logic you need to... database architecture and indexing management you're going to need to be aware of in there. So, good luck! So now I added those in there. So let's try and add a Twitch TV, right? And see what happens here. So I'm going to try to add Twitch TV C# Fritz. It says content's already been submitted, but I feel like we should put a more descriptive response coming off of that. Right? Here. Let's not return false. Throw new host band exception. New URI host. Generate it in a new file. Sure. So I'm going to change this from just an exception to an application exception, which is a special class of exceptions that indicates that it's something that came from my application. So let's make this host. Not allowed. Nah, leave it as message. That's fine. I don't care. Right. Oh. Monster Shard. I hope it came out all right. How you doing there? Thank you for joining us. So if that's going to throw that exception, then over on the article submission page, right, I should trap for that. Right, but this posts to the minimal API. Yes. Right there. So I'm going to put a try catch on this now. Right? Host band exception. So now we can say validation message equals the host ex message. You know what? Public string, public read-only string. Why don't you like that? So here I can say host equals message. Yeah. Why don't you like that? I'm going to remove that one. If not string is null or empty. Right, so now it's a little bit clearer. Is not welcome on aspirify.net. Cool. So back on the submit content. Yeah, it'll redirect through and I'll get that validation message. We're on an ad break. I could return a tuple. I could. So let's reload one more time. So that should fail and reroute out of there. Here we go. And then I think we can publish this live. I think we're just about done. Loaded. There's the website. Come on. Show me that. There it is. So now if we try to go there. That shouldn't have worked. That shouldn't have worked. What? Because the Redis cache was restarted. But it should have saved that to disk. Yeah, it knocked down the server and restarted it. So this Redis cache doesn't save, doesn't persist. Head back over here. There's manage band host. Articles, submission queue. There it is. Reject that Fritz guy. Is Redis an okay place to manage this? Does Azure persist? Does Azure persist Redis cache? The cache is instance is rehydrated with data from the persistence. It's not available on the basic. I didn't think this through, did I? Bummer. We didn't do that right. Because my version of Redis cache doesn't persist. I needed to look here first to confirm that. Well, that's annoying. That's annoying. Not gonna lie. Could be worse. Yeah, we can throw it into Postgres or into Azure Table Storage, and still use the Redis cache in front of it. And if the Redis cache isn't there, load it from table storage and bounce off of it. A Redis container? No, that's going to cost me more. That's going to cost me more. So let's create Azure Table Storage for this. Because it'll be real easy to just load all the records and throw them into a Redis cache where it'll load and run much, much faster. Let's set up a table name out here. No string band hosts. No, there we go. I've got two B's. 2B or not? 2B. Okay, so I've got that out there, so I can go back over, I can get a table service client here. Right? I don't mind setting those up as primary constructors. Good. Private. No. Load Redis from Azure table. Check if the Redis key is set. If so, do nothing. And it's running right now, so Copilot's not going to run. Yes. If the Redis collection has values. If true, do nothing. It figured it out for me. Get table client, that's close. Right, what did we call it over here? Table names. Right, so get that table. Sure, let's create a host entity object. I don't mind if I do. It's okay to be a nested host. This should be a table entity. Right? So we need to generate those constructors. That's fine. And no, not inside the interface. What do you mean? Is it my table entity? Fine. There we go. I think that's all I really need. What is this grouchy about? That's the end of that, yeah. There we go. Query async should return an dot. I don't think that's, no. That's an async pageable. So that's actually a, oh man, I don't like this. Not a bad idea, Mr. Magoo. Let me get back to you. Let me get back to you on that. Right, this is a async pageable. Aztec Consulting.
Aztec Consulting just resubscribed for 47 months. 47 months is not nearly enough support for this amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Keep the faith, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I'll make another donation. Much appreciated. I thought it was awaitable, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, this is awful. Right? Like, as pages gives you an iAsync enumerable of those. Which I should be able to then do a for each. I'm awful at this. If I do that. No, say that. And evidently, do it as await for each var page in band hosts. Let's call this band hosts. Band host pages. No, I liked what you had there. So it loads it up. Yeah, that looks like it works. There we go. Right, so yeah, that's an entity. All right, fine. Right, and then when we add a host, set it there, but we also want to set it in, add the host to the, sure, in Azure Table Storage. Fine. Yeah. Do something like that. Come on, you were just about to do it. Now. New host entity. Host to lower invariant. Which means This needs to be async now. Why don't you like that? Yes, it does. Oh, okay. That works. Yeah, I do yell at Copilot a bit. Right, and this can then be not await, just await. Yeah. Who dat? Merjador. Hello, welcome. So get the let's make this async as well, because then right, I can do that. Can I do that? Okay. I think we just await. Yeah. So then at the beginning of each one of these, right, I'm going to just do await load Redis. Right, get the band hosts. So now I've built a little bit of caching into this. This one's interesting because I don't want to just remove it from there. Remove from the Azure table. Done. Why don't you like that? It wants a partition key and a row key. Well, the partition key is... Let's move you to a constant. Something like that. Right, and then we can say host entity partition key. So it'll remove it from there, then remove it from the cache. Done. What don't we like about this? Oh, it's not returning a bool. Return the await of that. That's fine. Return the await of that one, too. So now it'll save it into Azure Table Storage and load it into the Redis cache when we need it. Should work. Should work. Where was it? Band list. I'd really like this button to be on the same... to be right next to it, you know? And I think I snuck it in just in time. Still loading the website. Come on! Over here. Didn't put it in there. Okay, so Twitch TV. Didn't add it. Twitch TV. Didn't add it. Why you no add it? So it should be going through here to add host. Twitch TV. Load it. Okay. It's going to go add it to... And it stopped. Did that, like, error out or something? I have a feeling it errored out. Yeah, look at that. Specified resource name contains invalid characters. Oh, we've got to do the URL encode on this John right here. Fine. Be that way. Here. URI, escape data string on the host. Let's do the to lower invariant here. Right? So it just formats it properly. No. That's not going to work. Extract local function. Format hostname. Host entity format hostname. There we go. So I don't need to do that there. Good. Right, move everything into one place so I don't have all that logic leaking all over the place. So, rerun it. Let's take a look-see. Do I have any more coffee left? Just a gulp. That was more like a sip. Ugh. 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 Bummer. That's how you know stream is almost over. Because the coffee's gone. Alright. Back over here, over to this thing, click into that. It's actually the same page as this. So we don't need you, don't need you, don't need you. Load, darn it. Here we go. Alright. Twitch TV. No. Add host, line 64. Invalid resource name. Really? Do that again. Well, that's not going to work. So we need to do a null check, a required check on that. So partition key is partition key. And the row key is still twitch.tv. Even though it's been... Yeah. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, well, wait a sec. The band table doesn't exist. There's a start. Read if not exists. Band dash hosts. I'm just gonna create it. That's what it. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Expanded Cuber? Name must begin with a letter and end with a letter or number. So it doesn't like the dash in it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Well, the good news is I have it listed in one place. So I can just update it, refresh, and it'll just pick up and use it. So here we go. And then we should be able to publish and push this thing live. How you doing, Expanded Cubert? I'm assuming that's a reference to Rubik's Cubes? Or Cubism like Picasso? Let me know. That's right, I made a Picasso reference. Culture, you get these things here on my channel. Rubik's Cubes? This is actually one of those temperature sensitive ones with the disappearing ink on the sides. That's how warm it is here in my office. Alright, so let's try Twitch TV. Add. Right, and it's getting down to that thing, and yeah, gonna create that, and there we go. Now it's logged. Right? Now we've got the John in there. Refresh it. Band hosts, and there it is. Terrific. Right, so that should also be in my local Redis cache. So, not that one. The Redis cache is listening on 62190. I could force that, but hey. Right? And there it is. It's loaded properly. So when I add my next entry to it, right? Sure, Facebook. Right here, take that out of there. We don't. Right? So that's loaded in there, and refresh this key, and it's properly there. Should also be in here. There we go. Right? What else? Shortkick.com. Yeah. Go ahead, do that. Twitter.com. X.com. OnlyFans.com. There they are. That's not bad. And refresh over here, and they're all listed over here too, so it'll be really fast to load those up. So if I go back and we try and submit now for that HTTPS, that C# Fritz guy, yeah, you should definitely check that out. Content's already been submitted. It should have rejected it. Is it? It's in the reject queue, or it's in the submitted queue. It's somewhere, right? There it is. Delete that. Yes, I'm sure. Back over here, try and resubmit it. Right? HTTPS Twitch TV C# Fritz. that's not the right error. Go to the API. Let's take a look there. Yeah, submit that again. Is it banned? Yes. Throwing the host banned exception. Yep, there it is. Yeah, great. Set the validation message. Oh. And it resets it at that point. This is fine. We can put this up in here. So we've got, I think that's good. Right? Actually, if I restart it, it should still have those entries in the banned list. Because they're over here. So let's restart and make sure that it does reject. Ads are in progress for another 10 seconds. I'm doing good. Well, I'll wait for the ad to end. Hey, Expanded Cuber. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Let's just verify this real quick. There's a lot of stuff it's loading and getting ready now. Hit my breakpoint. Right? No. I need to say success equals false down here also, I guess. See that? See? Good thing I stopped it. Here we go. And one second here. All right. And back to the submit page. Yeah, the message came through as content submitted successfully, which doesn't make sense because that should have failed and dropped down to here. You know? Yeah. Success false. What? Go do that again. Is the host banned? Wait. Hold on. That came back as what? Okay. And then it checks against Redis, which it just loaded. That needs to be false. No, wait. What? No. I'm getting confused. 63452. It's not there. Right? Load Redis. No. Not gonna let me do it. Restart that. Something's not right there. It should have reloaded from Redis. It should have reloaded Redis from table storage. I bet you that paging that we did in there with the for each isn't running properly. I bet you that's what it is. Right, so that's loading up. Yep, there it is. All right. So here it is, checking to see does the key exist, and it drops out. That shouldn't have dropped out. That shouldn't have dropped out. And then does the set contain it? That reloading isn't working. That. Oh. Let's change this into var exists equals that continue with is what the issue is. Right, I've got my async behavior not wired up properly. If exists, return. Otherwise, go load all the things. Try it again. Good thing I didn't ship it. We made that async, and that doesn't quite work. And okay. Back over here, do the submit. Does not exist. Okay, so now go load the thing. Yeah. Oh, you dog. These are good things that we're finding. But man alive. Twitch does need more C# representation. I totally agree. where was it? Down here. Oh, that's... Here goes. Come on. Build server protocol implementation. Man, that's some... Okay, that's... Yeah. That's a little bit out there. Right? I try to stream practical, regular application building that you might find out there. Why isn't... Come on now. Submit new content. There it is. There it is. Success, false, and then redirect. There you go. There we go. Now we've got appropriate error message. Right? There's the list of banned hosts. Hey, that is ordered by... Okay. Okay. Hey, that's very cool. Streaming C# content in German. Oh yeah, go for it. And let me know so I can help promote. Absolutely happy to help promote. Instead of pre-scripted YouTube stuff. I think there's a place for pre-scripted YouTube stuff. And I think as a summary of, hey, look, here's what we built is okay. I think there's definitely a place for watching and seeing and talking through how to build stuff. But I think we're done this. Right? The question is, what happens when you hit the rate limit? I don't know what happens at that point. Right? Like here, the rate limiter. So there was something in here about being able to handle if you hit that limit. Hey, AK Slash, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. People see how long it takes to do actual stuff? Yeah. Yeah. Completely agreed. Add rate limiter. There's the limiter. Creating chained limiters. Right, how do we handle the error? With on rejected, retry after. Yeah, there we go. that is called when a request exceeds it. Okay. So limiter options on rejected. So let's add, right? That's the context. There's the limiter options. So right, I could say here, limiter options on rejected, right? And then there's a context and a token. This should probably be what? On rejected equals. It's a func that takes a context and returns a value task. Context token. Why don't you like that? Oh, because nothing's returning it. Right. Return new value task. Just stop that thing. Part of me thinks I should just do a redirect. Yeah. No, rats. Where was it? That 429. That looked like a nice and easy way to... Right there. No, not... No! Oh god, no. Okay. What's get user endpoint? Get user endpoint. You're a thing here. Where is it? Context request path. I think that's good enough. Oops. Do this. And that should be reject context. HTTP context. Request path. Right now there's only one place, but that's okay. Okay. So it's setting the status code to too many requests and returning. So I should also put over here. Yeah, I don't have a... I don't have a... I do have an error page. Right? So let's do an else if here. Right, 429. Yeah, too many requests. There we go. Da, da, da. You've submitted too many requests too quickly. Please wait 10 minutes and try again. Cool. I should probably redirect to error code, right? Yeah. Well, it should hit that for that error code. Let me just restart to make sure that it runs, and I will ship it, and we'll turn this thing live. And then we can talk briefly about some of the new features that we want to add to the site. Have a good one, AK Slash. Thank you for stopping in, and thank you for the follow. And this should be live in the next 10 minutes. Most folks won't see it, won't recognize it. Okay. Come on now. Oh. Helps if you select the actual website. Right? Cool. Fantastic. And manage the articles, the submission queue. Yep. Reject all the things. There we go. I think that's it. Right? We look at my list of rejected posts now. Not bad. Let's ship it. Got that cleared out. Accidentally clicked that. What do we got? Yeah. Completed, rate limiting and rejecting. Got it. Let's merge that, John. We can do that, and we have a banned hosts list. So that's doing a quick build. That's just checking to make sure that it can compile. This should run pretty quickly compared to my other builds. Like, yeah, about a minute to run. So, and it's 20 seconds in at this point. Ads are about to start. Come on. Good. This should all be fine, because we've been having this build properly locally. But it will build and run all the unit tests, and I do not have complete coverage on my unit tests, to be sure. But there it goes running the tests. Well, it's actually building first, then it'll run the test. Which should still run pretty quickly. Yeah, look at all those things I need to handle. Come on. Publishing the unit test results. They're right over here. Yay. Ship it. Merge that, John. I think I have that as a separate entry in here. What? The rate limiter I need to apply to the counter as well. We can do that. Offline. Don't need that. But it's deploying. Building and deploying right now. Get that all set up. There we go. So, my opinion on HTMX with Razor pages? Why? Like, using a JavaScript framework like that with Razor pages, sure, you can do that. Why? HTMX, I feel like, is the flavor of the month right now, where React is still the dominant JavaScript framework. The JavaScript frameworks and libraries come and go very quickly. Who's behind HTMX? Who's supporting it? The dominant JavaScript frameworks, Angular and React, are dominant because they're backed by Google and Facebook, and they're continuing to be invested in and receive great documentation, great capabilities that integrate with and operate with their frameworks. HTMX is an open source framework that is managed by a group of folks. Right? I spelled framework wrong, but hey, whatever. Right? So, hey, look at all these people that sponsor and use this. Yay, that's great. They use it right now because it's in vogue. Right? What happens when some of these folks decide to move on and use something else? Not saying it's wrong, but the format of the HTMX, like the things that that it's creating directives there to work with, you can do that with Blazor components. Granted, there's a great collection of components that are available, and this all runs in the browser. But you're a back-end dev, you want to build a site trying to find the easiest way to catch up. This wouldn't be the one I would look at React as the one to catch up on. That said, as a back-end developer, you can use Blazor, and all of your C# knowledge still works. Aspirify.net is built with Blazor. The .NET ecosystem is going to help you with those Blazor capabilities that you already know, and you don't have to go and learn these arcane ways that the JavaScript behaves and the language interacts with things. If you're building something for yourself, I would look at using Blazor because it's in the language and tools that you already know. If you want to learn something to build your skill set, I would go check out React. Almost done there. Well, no, it's not almost done. That's the provisioning. That's still got a little bit of work to do. A lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Yeah, it's only 3 minutes in. We still got about 3 minutes more. I have a list of other features here to build and work with and ideas. Concept of a reading list, but for Aspirify articles. And this kind of feeds into an idea that we've had about create a Learn About .NET Aspire section of the Aspirify website. Multiple authors for an article. Right now, it's a block of text. So having multiple authors and being able to give them credit and separate author pages might be nice. Which then also leads into expanding author pages a little bit more. Like button is something folks have been asking about, but before we can have a like button, you need to be able to log in so that you know here are the articles that you've liked. Deep search index of content. This, I think, is... Nope. The idea here of this deep search is that for content that's been submitted, let's grab the HTML from those pages. Let's grab the transcript from the YouTube video, index that, so that when you do a search, we're actually not just looking at the description and the title of what's out there, but we're digging deep into the content of what was submitted. The events section has kind of fallen by the wayside. I don't have events that we've listed in here. We're on ads for another 20 seconds. Article description, supporting markdown tags is something that might be good to do. And scheduling agents to crawl and identify content is something that would be compelling. And we're back. So we were just talking about a couple of these items that we could add and make interesting new features here. Being able to log in is something that we should let the open users be able to register and log in to use the site. Remember some information about them. There's been an idea that's been floated of set up a mailing list, set up a newsletter, and once a week, here's the new articles about .NET Aspire, and send those out. But if we're doing that, you need to be able to register and unsubscribe. Register, subscribe, and unsubscribe from a newsletter. You wonder how many HTMX users came from Vue? Not sure. It's a good question. Quillmons, thank you for the follow. The thing to keep in mind about open source frameworks like this that don't have a corporate sponsor that's managing and driving it. Right, and I'm not familiar with Hydra. They're a hosting provider. Deco, I'm not familiar with them. Professional web devs build profitable websites. No, hate to tell you. Hate to tell you. There's a reason there's millions of Java and .NET developers. Hate to tell you. So, and most of these organizations down here don't tell me anything. Is that a... No, it's not. So, there we go. The feature submission queue is up and running in the production space. So let's go up there, purge the cache, and get it running again, so that folks start seeing. And the cache is purged. I'll log out, go to the front page, and it didn't deploy the new version yet. It's not out there and running. And why didn't that? Where's the thumbnail for this one? There it is. Just took a while to reload. Probably because it was coming back online. Let me log back in and purge the cache. Why am I even doing that? Like, you have the cache right here. Just go update it. Right? There it is. So let's purge the cache. Oh, fine. Fine. Yeah, Vue was the old new hotness. Yeah. Right? Oh, everybody should do Vue. Well, we don't like Vue anymore. Oh, do HTMX. Like, there it is. Purge the cache. There we go. And now folks can start submitting articles. So, not bad. right? And it's just right there on the side. Well, React is backed by Facebook, right? So whether folks are using React or not, Facebook is. For that reason, then, enterprises jump on it. Same thing with Angular. Angular is used by Google. Right or wrong, enterprises use it because Google uses it. So, that's some of the justification of why folks say, oh, I should use Go, because Docker uses it. Well, wait a sec. So, yeah, you can. Angular is used by Google. Yes. AngularJS is not. Angular, the new Angular, the current Angular, is. So, fantastic. So the site's working. Folks can submit content in there, and it'll be parsed. It'll be loaded. And we'll be able to see that content come through in the admin queue as new articles are submitted. So we can just check that out and keep an eye on it, and as more content arrives, it'll load up over here. Terrific. Terrific, terrific. So when I think about the next feature to add here, the deep search index, I really like that idea. I really do. But there's a cost associated with that. Google gave Go to... Who did they give it to? Who owns Golang now? It's no longer Google. It was designed at Google, but was publicly announced. But I thought there was a foundation that managed it now. And it's not Google. No, somebody owns it. No. If nobody owns it, then nobody would use it because there's nobody to go to. And that's not the case. That's really not the case. There's... If they just give it away to the community, then there you go. It's okay, then it's not owned. I thought somebody was managing it, and I guess not. I could have sworn there was a foundation. It's a stewarding situation. So, like, Google may be part of that group that's managing and developing it. But, right, this comes back to enterprises want somebody to go to for support. Who do you pick up the phone call and who do you pick up the phone and call and say, hey, this doesn't work? This is broken. Who do you call for support? And the answer is there isn't anybody. And for many enterprises, that's a problem. Like it or not, right or wrong, if there's nobody that you can call and get support from, like, great, you can call and get in-person training. Yeah, you call Professor JavaScript. So, that's the way some enterprises operate. We need to be able to get support on this. If I'm going to buy and use a tool, if I'm going to use a technology, I want a support contract. Call Ghostbusters. There you go. So, fantastic. I'm pretty happy with that. And the site's out there. It's running fast. Right? If I refresh, pops up immediately. And our Redis cache... Right. And if I look for the banned host list, right, I should see that or not. Nobody submitted anything, so maybe it hasn't popped in there yet. That's fine. So it'll grow. It'll get more content, and that's okay. There's so much more for us to build and consider and add on to this. Do you like the Aspirify.net sample? Is this a sample that you like seeing me add on to and grow here on stream? There's the list of band hosts. So that should load now and have... There they are. And there'll be more content that gets loaded in there, I'm sure. So... Some of the code you've debugged was definitely haunted. All right, fantastic. This is in good shape. Yeah. I think we need to go back to TagsApp for a bit and work on some features over there. We can let Aspirify kind of settle in and do well there. We'll return and do some SEO working in a little bit. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, live coding. We should ban Aspirify.net itself so there is no recursion going on there. That's a fine idea. You're right. Jump back into admin, banned hosts. Right, Aspirify.net. Why didn't it add it? Oh, there it is. There it is. Yep, there we go. No problem. And it should also be here in my band hosts list. There it is. Cool. We should ban Microsoft.com. No. Gosh. Never. So, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. This was a lot of fun. We finished our feature to add a submission queue to the Aspirify.net website. So now, as new articles are created, folks can submit and get those under consideration to be added to the website. We'll add more capabilities later so that folks can get credit for submitting content to the website. But for right now, there's ways for folks to add content, get that into the queue for consideration. Let me take a look at who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network, who I can get you connected with that might be doing something fun. You know what? We were talking about JavaScript frameworks. Let me get you connected with our friend Jason Linksdorf, who's learning Ember.js. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks so much for joining us. There's other great videos that are available on my channel. Check them out on the side here or down below or up or down or somewhere over here. But if you're watching on Twitch, we're going to have that raid right now. Thank you so much for joining. Always a pleasure writing code with you. I don't have anything tomorrow morning, so maybe we'll play some games tomorrow morning and have a good time with a little bit of Overwatch on stream. Yeah, I think that might be fun. All right, friends, get ready to say hi to our friend Jason, and I will see you tomorrow. All right? Have a great day, and until then, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care. That's not it. That wasn't the right button. This button. Ah, there we go.